to thank Home State Bank for the live streaming today, and they'll also be providing some water for us later on. If I could have the breeding lambs come to the back of the ring, we'll get things started.
Over there because they're not doing the wireless mic. Yeah.
All right, our first class is the purebred Hampshire ewe lambs. This class has 3 in it: Braden Turner, Maddie Mobley, and Julissa Carlson.
It's a big-footed ewe that ties her neck on the top side of her shoulder and then has plenty of center rib cage. You know, I don't know if she gets out and travels with just as much color as a few of them out here, but I think that ewe just combines the most for me. Nothing to take away from the young man's view that comes out in second. I like the view she props up from the side with. She has some added extension and length through the front end. You know, maybe just doesn't have as much body. I wish we could drop her with some more rear ribbon flank into her. Maybe intensify her in terms of her feature and bone work. The young man's doing a really nice job with that UM. And then the young lady that goes ahead and rounds out our class has some extra feature at the ground. Maybe just a little longer dock female who needs to be opened up in terms of her center rib cage and body. But go ahead and give all three of these kiddos a big round of applause.
Our next class is a purebred Hampshire yearling ewe, and this one is Aspen Jacobs.
Young ladies brought us a really nice single entry Hampshire yearling ewe, and I think this one is nice. Her elder body can certainly stand some competition. She's bull caged and plenty smooth in terms of her design. You know, I don't know if you strip her condition off and she's just as fresh in terms of her natural shape and natural dimension, but I think that young ladies brought us a really nice one. Go ahead and give her a round of applause.
If we can get the white speckled-faced ewe lamb class to start making their way to the back of the arena, please.
Just two classes in our Hampshire division, but I think three youths at all deserve some credit for the pieces they bring to the table. I think for me, there's just a pair of them that stick together just in terms of what I like, in terms of skeletal design and having a little extra in terms of look and texture at the ground. So we'll go ahead and keep the ULAMs together for tuning and reserve. Go ahead and give all three previous candidates a big round of applause.
Our next class is a purebred Dorset ewe lamb. This is Brianna Pope.
Just one Dorset ewe lamb, but this one's certainly one that can stand some competition. And I don't mean to just say that because this young lady's brought us one that is such high quality in terms of every aspect. She's so extended through her front end and has so much shape in terms of her rack, so fresh in terms of this texture to her skin. You know, I don't know if she just quite wants to pop up and just get the young lady her head, but I think when she gets out and travels, that ewe lamb actually has the advantage of being able to handle herself relatively really well. Really nice way to go ahead and start off our Dorsets, give the young lady a hand.
All right, our next class is the commercial white and speckled-faced ewe lamb. This is Colin Taggart, Montana Kylie, Emma Greene, Isaac Carter, Peyton Collins. If we could have our commercial black-faced ewe lamb class to start working the way to the back of the ring, we'd appreciate it.
extra quality. But the young man that goes ahead and starts off just combines the most pieces for me. I think that's a bold, opened up ewe that's so bold about her forward. You know, she's edgy in terms of her rack shape and smooth in terms of her loin edge. The ewe gets out and travels probably with the most amount of comfort that we see today. A really nice way to start off. Nothing to take away from the young lady's ewe that ends up in second. I think this ewe props up and has a quality image from the side. She's so stout in terms of her forearm and foot size, and she just proportions in terms of the way she wedges from her shoulder all the way back into her pin set. You know, I just don't know if this young lady's skeletal design of her ewe is just quite as neat as our class winner. She gets a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. We could bust her open in terms of her upper hip and stifle shape, but really a nice duo of ewes. And then the young ladies just fits in terms of quality for what remains for me. I think that's a fresh skin, big outline kind of ewe. Just for me today, she's a nickel planer in terms of the makeup she has. Wish we could just smooth her back or take her back in terms of her edges, intensify her in terms of her feature at the ground. The young lady's doing a really nice job with that one. And I think she just has a little extra in terms of maturity and days ahead on feed than over the two that remain. Nothing to take away from the young lady's ewe that ends up coming next, because I think that ewe, actually when the young lady gets her propped up and running uphill, has a neat design to her. Maybe just doesn't have the same kind of body and substance I'm after. Same thing could be said about the young man's that rounds out. That's a long patterned kind of ewe. Just maybe doesn't have the same kind of skeletal uniqueness in terms of pin set and quality features. But yeah, go ahead and give all these kiddos a really nice round of applause for a really nice class.
Your champion was Isaac Carter. Your reserve was Emma Greene. All right, our next class is the commercial black-faced ewe lamb class of 95 to 108 pounds. This is Jalissa Carlson, Emma Greene, and Estella Carter.
nice class again, and I think the young ladies that starts off just does so in just terms of having the most to her. She's so cracked open in terms of her forerib. He's so big in terms of her pin set and stifle shape. You know, I don't know if she just parks up from the side and it's just the sportiest thing. I wish we could just shorten her in terms of the length of her blade and flatten her in terms of her shoulder. But I still think the young ladies, just in terms of natural dimension and spreads, one that I have to go ahead and ultimately land off. I think the young ladies that ends up in second is the opposite end of the spectrum. She's so short out of her blade and so tucked up at the base of her chest that you so long and extended from this side. Maybe just needs a couple more days on feed to just ultimately bulk up in terms of her body. I think that you so fresh skin and good in terms of her edges down her top. Like I said, we just got to see her a couple more days on feed to ultimately bust her open in terms of her skeleton. I think the same thing can be said about the young ladies that ends up in third, because that's a one that props up from the side with some quality look. She's so long and skinny about her neck and attaches at the top side of her blade. Just needs to maybe be dropped in terms of her rear rib and flank and busted open in terms of her center body. But go ahead and give these kiddos a really nice round of applause for 3 quality ewes.
First is Estella Carter, second, Emma Greene. Our next class is 114 to 119 pounds. This class has April Shahan, Cheyenne Kylie, Emmeline Wright, Peyton Zollers, and Brianna Poe.
Well, as we work into a heavier crossbred class, I think the quality definitely kicks up, and I think there's a trio used that are really, really good. And I think the young ladies that starts off, I don't think she ever did it in my mind. I think that young lady is one that just, as she's standing right there, is so good in terms of the image she paints from this side. She's so tucked up in terms of the base of her chest, shallow and tidy about her blade, so long and extended about her neck, and then you get your hands on her, and this you just overwhelms you in terms of how fresh she is about her shape, how fresh she is about to her skin and the texture she has. I don't know if this you just gets out in motors quite as well as I'd like to see out of her rear too, but I think that can't hurt that one because she's just so good in every other regard. Young lady does a really nice job on the stick. Now, when the blue ewe first came in, I'm a stickler for a good blue one, and I think this ewe does some really neat things. She's so cracked open in terms of her forerib, drops into her flank, really proportions from the side nicely. I love the way she wedges back and progresses to an ultra big hip and stifle. I don't know if this ewe just is as unique from the side. She's a little thicker necked, a little bolder about her shoulder, and as we get her out of motion, she kind of drops at the base of her chest and just isn't as unique and extended through her front end. But I still think that's an ultra barley stout ewe that you have to appreciate for what she is. You know, as I walk the trio ewes that remain, I think the young ladies that ends up in third actually has the advantage. She gets out on flat motors down low, stays the levelest about her spine. I just think this ewe just from the side just gets a little piecey in terms of her parts and pieces. She's a little long in terms of her rib for me. Wish we could shorten her up, and I think that would help her blend in terms of the way she ties into her hip-loin junction. And I still think that's a ewe that has a load of quality in terms of balance. I think with some more days, when that young lady's ewe smooths out, she'll be ultra good. Sorry. And then I think we have two ewes that round out the class that still have a load of quality about them. Probably have just a smoother, bulkier one in terms of body that ends up coming in fourth. She's got an extra in terms of forearm and feature, maybe just a little plainer in terms of her shoulder, a little plainer in terms of her edges. And then the young ladies that rounds out the class is ultra fresh and just reads a little immature. I wish we could just see her a little longer. See her in the future. I think that's a long, skinny neck ewe that has some extension, maybe just doesn't have the same kind of mass in terms of pin set and stifle, and then she wants to push out in terms of her hock. But young lady's doing a really nice job with that one. Go ahead and give all these kiddos from this class a big round of applause. Yep.
All right, our first place was April Shahan, second was Brianna Pope. Our next class is the 120 to 133 pound class. In this class, we have Emmeline Wright, Maddie Mobley, Elena Stevenson, Taylor McDowell, and Isaac Garber.
a more challenging class for me and for different reasons than the last one. I don't know if there's one that just runs away with this class, but I think the young ladies that starts off. Sorry about that. I think the young ladies that starts off just so rather easily. I think that is an ultra high quality. She's just so freshly presented and at such high degree. I think that you parks up and balances and is so busted open in terms of her rib cage and shaped up at the top of her end of her skeleton. I don't know if that you just handles herself quite as in motion as I like to see, but I think that's still an awfully nice you to start off with. I think the young ladies you that ends up in second as she parks up hits me with a load of quality. I think she's so attractive from the side and ladylike in terms of her pieces. She does get out and handle herself with a load of more comfort in terms of her top line and lower joints, but I just think that you just need some more just actual substance. She needs to drop into some depth with her rear rib and flank. I don't know if that you just is a stepping behind her. She's a nickel flatter in terms of the turn to her rib cage. Definitely needs to be busted open in terms of her pin set and stifle shape. That's still an ultra high quality U that balances from the side relatively well for me. And I think that's where she has the edge of the young man's U that ends up coming next. I think this U is one that matches my class winner just in terms of rib shape and overall mass and substance. I just don't think this U pieces quite together as I like to see. Wish we could make her a little longer and extend it through her front end, pick her up and make her taller at the point of her shoulder. That U has the same problem when she gets out and moves. She's a nickel shorter and rounder out of her hip. Just doesn't use her rear tube with as much coordination. But still, an ultra bulky, stout kind of U that has some quality pieces. And I think just the ultra stoutness is what it is. Hands her the extra edge over the young ladies U that rounds out the class. Still a long, big outline kind of U. Just would like to shorten her up in terms of her dot, busting her open in terms of her rib cage. The young ladies doing a really nice job with that one. Go ahead and give them a round of applause.
First goes to Emily Wright, second to Taylor McDowell. Our next class is 135 to 142 pounds. All right, this class has Estella Carver, Montana Kiley, Bradley Rankin, Elena Stevenson, and Autumn Barrett.
another really solid class, and I think the young ladies you that starts off just does so rather handily, just in terms of power and punch. As I get my hands on her, she's the freshest in terms of her shape, freshest in terms of the texture of her skin and presentation. I think the young ladies use Ultra, just pried open in terms of her skeleton. It's a wide-chested ewe that's bold about her forerib. You know, I don't think it from her last rib back, if she's just the biggest pin, widest skeleton one from there, but I think that's still a really nice ewe to go ahead and lead off with. You know, the young lady, when she gets this one stretched out and propped up, I think has a load of quality. She balances from the side really well for me because she more appropriately attaches her neck up to the top side of her blade. Is probably a nickel flatter and better about the angle to her blade. I think this ewe, as she gets out and travels, definitely aids her in that advantage just because she handles herself with more fluidity and coordination. Just don't know if stepping behind her, if that ewe's just as pried open as my class winner. She's definitely just a nickel planer in terms of the way she is put together in terms of her handle quality. The young lady's still doing a really nice job with a high quality ewe. And I think the young ladies that ends up in third, it is one that's maybe just a little bulkier. She has some forward shape. I just think this ewe's another one that's a nickel long in terms of her pattern. Gets a little deeper and rounder about her chest. I think as she's just propped up there, her pieces just don't come together for me as quite as nicely. But I think that ewe still has some squareness to the edge of her rack and smoothness to her handle. And then I think what remains, the young ladies that comes in next is just what I'm after in terms of image from this side. Long, extended, and just level in terms of her top line. This ewe needs to be more dynamic about her underline, pried open in terms of her body and pin set and shape from behind. And then I think the ewe that rounds out the class is the opposite of that. Ultra pried open, ultra bold and productive kind of female, just awfully too plain for me. Deep chested ewe that's just too plain in terms of her shape, but I think that's an ultra productive ewe that will be good as a brood ewe down the line for this young lady. Go ahead and give all these kiddos a nice round of applause.
Our next class is the commercial yearling ewe. This should be Aspen Jacobs. We need the first and second place of each one of these black-faced yearling classes to come to the back of the ring to get ready to show for the champion and reserve champion.
Young ladies brought us a single entry yearling ewe, and I think there's breeding potential behind this one because she's got pieces I'd be excited to breed on. She's so pried open in terms of her skeleton, wide about her chest, and so bulky in terms of her rib cage and shape she's got up high. Go ahead and give this young lady a round of applause.
showing for our champion and reserve champion, commercial blackface ewe. In this class, we'll have Emma Greene, Estella Carter, April Shahan, Brianna Pope, Emmeline Wright, Taylor McDowell, Riley Rankin, Elena Stevens, and Aspen Jacobs. Would like to once again thank Home State Bank for the live stream today and also for the water. If you got somebody at home that's wanting to watch the show that can't make it today, it's being live streamed. They can go on and watch. We need the homebred and raised commercial ewe lambs to come to the back of the ring, please.
You know, a really good crossbred show, and I think there's all of these classes and first and seconds represent quality. I think there's a few that just stand out to me in terms of just what I'm after, in terms of being good show sheep that stand out in a big ring, and I think there's one in particular that just stands out as a gun that's brought to a knife show. I think then after that it gets a little more challenging just in terms of parts and pieces and what these things put together. But then I think there's one that closely matches after that just in terms of overall stoutness and then still having some look and design to her. I'll go ahead and set the mic down and show you the two that are my favorite. Go ahead when I do good. All these kids a big round of applause.
I apologize, I made a mistake. We have the home-raised blackface ewe lamb class needs to be shown first before we pick our champion. So if you kids will just take them over in a pin and wait a minute patiently, and then if you want to just move them over, that's fine. So we need the home-raised and bred lambs in next.
Hopefully the suspense doesn't kill you.
This class is the homebred and raised commercial U class. This has Cody Taggart, Emma Stevenson, Kenna Minahan, Becca Shahan, Amber Stevenson, and Elena Stevenson.
Well, I'm glad we got this class sorted out because I think this is a neat deal to reward the kids for finding something within the county and recognize them for their hard work and the quality within this county for sure. I think the young ladies that starts off does so rather handedly. She's another one that just proportions the perfect way from this side. It's a big, edgy kind of U that you step in behind is ultra bulky in terms of her rib cage and pin set and stifle shape. I don't know, just in terms of her skeletal design, if she's just perfect about the way she attaches her neck in terms of the lower front or side of her blade. But I still think that's an ultra good U that the young ladies does a bang-up job with. Yep. And then I think the young lady Yu that comes next just fits in just terms of bulkiness. She's another big caged kind of Yu that's got some muscle shape. I just think this Yu just reads a nickel planer, nickel dryer, and thicker hided, but that's another big forearm, big featured kind of Yu that's got a lot of potential. Young lady's Yu that ends up in third is intriguing from the side to me. She's really ladylike and long about her neck, so edgy in terms of her rack and fresh about her hide. Just wish this Yu just dropped with a little extra depth in terms of her rear rib and flank, was smoother about her loin and squared up in terms of her edges. And then I think as this Yu travels, she reads a little longer pattern and just doesn't have the same kind of flexibility of her rear leg. Now, the other young lady's blue Yu that comes in next is another moderate, big, stout kind of Yu that I'm ultra all in for that. I just think this Yu is another one that's a nickel planer in terms of her shape, little rounder and deeper in terms of her chest. That's still a really nice Yu. These young ladies are doing a really nice job. I think the young man's Yu is another one that you back off from the side and has an image of just symmetry that you have to appreciate. She's just at a disadvantage in terms of maturity. She's just not as bulky in terms of her rib cage. Doesn't just kind of tie into her loin and her hip loin, and then just needs to be pulled apart in terms of her pinset and stifle shape. Then I think the same thing for the young ladies blue sheep that rounds out the class. Just a little drier, just a little flatter and one-dimensional. Need a prior open and just down her up in every regard. Go ahead and give all these kiddos a big round of applause. Neat class. Good job.
Okay, first was Becca Shahan, and second was Elena Stevenson.
Well, I know when we first approached this drive, I kind of seemed to have my mind made up, but as we added that extra class, I wanted to make sure that I was really sure about what I wanted to do, and I'll go ahead and I'm not going to talk all of them, but kind of highlight them. I think the pair of them that come out of class 2 are ultra good. Kind of said that was the duo that stood out to me within that class. Actually, a trio, a really good use. I think this one that starts off is just so good from this side. She's so proportional, so edgy, so fresh, just has big time pieces from this side. I think that one's awfully good. I think the blue U that ends up second in that class is ultra good. She props up from this side and is really proportional as well. Maybe just doesn't handle herself with as much neatness about her front end. Doesn't have the same kind of quality about her skeleton. Those are 2 really good U's. I think the young ladies U that ends up coming out of the next class, really fresh. Handles really awesome. Really bulky, really stout. Just a U that I think as we get out and move them, I just don't think that she just handles her rear hip and hind leg just quite as well as I'd like to see. But I think that's still a really high quality U that needs to be called out for that. And then the U that ended up out of that last county class, I think that's a U that just fits within this lineup really well. She's super high quality, super stout. I just don't think her skeleton for me is just quite as neat as a few others out here, but still a really neat U in terms of proportion and the way that she wedges. Like I said previously, I'll go ahead and show you my 2 favorites, and when I do, please give all these kiddos a big round of applause.
Your champion was April Shahan. Your reserve was Brianna Pope. Now we're going to be showing for our Supreme and Reserve Champion U. We'll need the champion and reserve champion Hampshire U's. We'll need the purebred Dorset U's. Speckled face. And the black face. And homebred. From today's champion U class will advance to the Heartland Throwdown. The champion will also receive a qualifying banner that has graciously been donated by our local Heartland Throwdown sponsor, Fairview Veterinary Clinic. Representatives from our county will compete against 7 other champions. We welcome you to join us at the Hanson Ag Student Learning Center in Ames on Saturday, July 26th. The show will begin at 12:30 p.m. The winner selected at the Heartland Throwdown will then punch their ticket to the All-Iowa Showdown in August. Come out and support Team Greene County.
Well, our first Supreme drive of the day, and I'll save my more meaningful remarks for later so we can keep rolling on through the day. And I will say, I'm having fun. I hope the kids are. I think all these ewes and their respective breeds represent quality. I think all of them could go down to the Throwdown or Showdown and represent this county very, very well. I do think I'm bad at showing my cards, and there's a pair of them that I think, I don't know how big they'll be out there, but I think will represent this deal at a really, really high degree. Your champion and reserve crossbred will be your Supreme and reserve Supreme ewes. Go ahead and give them a round of applause.
So your Supreme champion was April Shahan and reserve was Brianna Pope. All right, our next class is the Hampshire Ram Lamb. This should be Aspen Jacobs.
I'm not sure how into breeding this young lady is, but she's brought several of some breeding stock today that I think represents some quality. I think they all cover, and especially this ram, the basics in terms of fundamentals, in terms of having some with the skeleton, a natural spread and shape and substance to them. Go ahead and give her a big round of applause.
All right, our next class is a commercial ram lamp. We have Keegan Minahan, Elena Stevenson, Montana Kylie, Amber Stevenson, Emma Stevenson, and Cody Taggart.
Another good class of some rams, and I think the young ladies, despite a spicier attitude, the young ladies' crossbred rams really good, just in terms of the parts and pieces he brings to the table. That guy props up from the side and has balance in the way that he's just assembled in terms of his lines, and then he gets out and handles himself actually relatively really comfortable compared to his contemporaries. I think that's just a really nice way to start off this class. Young ladies ram that starts off next is just a class winner, and in terms of being the broadest, the stoutest, and the biggest. That's just a productive kind of ram that's going to add some dimension and substance to your ewes, and I think he's just so pried apart in terms of his skeleton. You know, maybe just not as neat in terms of his design, nickel planar in terms of his neck, a little rounder about his shoulder, and a little quicker and shorter about his cannon bone, but still, a really nice ram that's going to add some growth and extra mass to your kind of flock. Then I think on the flip side of things, the young lady's ram that ends up in third's got some extension, length, and attractiveness to his kind of makeup. I think that guy just is all too one-dimensional. He needs to be pried open in terms of his forerib and at the base of his heart. You know, I still think that guy's got some form and feature. Young lady's doing a really nice job with that guy. And then I think the young ladies that comes in next is another one that's just bold and productive, stout, another one that's just on the plainer side of things. Need to make him a nickel creasier and edgier in terms of his shape. That's still a good outline kind of ram that's so extended and appropriate in terms of where his neck ties in. I think the young man's doing a really nice job with this ram that comes in next. Really square and smooth in terms of his look from this side. I think when we get him out in motion, this guy struggles the most off both ends of his skeleton. He's too vertical and the angle to his blade has the same result in being too short-hipped and vertical out of his hind leg. That's still just a really nice kind of ram. And then I think the young man's that rounds out the class has some crisp shape and edge to him, thin-hided, and I'm not sure if he's suffering an injury or if it's attitude. This guy just doesn't want to quite cooperate and give himself kind of a sporty look from this side, and I still think he's a little long passered and just round in terms of his skeleton. Go ahead and give all those kiddos a big round of applause for a really nice class.
The first place was Elena Stevenson. Second was Emma Stevenson. Now we're going to be showing for Supreme Champion Ram.
I think three really nice rams, and depending on the direction you want to take your flock, you can really land on any of them. I think the purebred Hampshire ram's got some size and scale to him. If that's what you need in your flock, that he's surely going to add that, and still has some skeletal qualities just in terms of being sound down low and has some form and features still. I think the crossbreds just come with some extra mass and substance. I think the young ladies that ended up being champion just balances and is so good in terms of his skeleton, and then the young ladies that ended up in reserve is so bulky and pride apart in terms of his skeleton. For me, what I typically look for and what I need my breeding program, I think the crossbreds are what hit me just in terms of what I like. So we'll go ahead and keep that pair for champion reserve. But give all three of these kiddos a big round of applause.
Your Supreme Champion Ram was Elena Stevenson. All right, we are moving on to the market lamb division. This is our white speckled face market lamb class of 110 to 138 pounds. We have Isaac Carter, Brianna Pope, Olivia Burkett, Kimmy DeZuris, and Clarissa Richards.
We're going to back up. Move into our white face division of the Weathers, and I think we have one that starts off as ultra good. He's so athletic and sporty in his look from this side, and how tall he is at the point of his shoulder, long and extended. Still handles for a white sheep ultra good in terms of the crisp edge of his shape. I don't know if he just handles the skeleton quite as comfortably. Gets a little rounder out of the edge of his loin, rounder out of his hip, but I still think that's an ultra nice one. I think the young man's that ends up in second is another one that props up from this side with the kind of a sporty look from him. He's just all too dry in terms of the center portion of his body. He needs to be more dynamic about his underline, and just pride apart in terms of his shape at the upper portion of his skeleton. I still think that one's just one that comes with some quality in terms of his freshness to skin and texture. That's a really nice one to go ahead and be second as well. I think the young ladies that comes in third is really good actually in terms of the shape he has. Maybe just a nickel extra pried open in terms of at this forerib, and that offers that sheep to blend together more from his shoulder back in terms of his loin. Got a nickel extra feature in terms of forearm and foot size at the ground than what remains, but I think that's one that just doesn't match in terms of quality of skeleton. A little deeper in terms of his chest, and just a nickel off balanced for me. I think the same thing for the young ladies. It's another one that's really fresh in terms of his skin and texture. Just runs the wrong way in terms of being too deep about his chest. Cuts up into his rear rib and flank, and just gets a nickel fragile in terms of his feature for how far he is in terms of his plainness of shape. But a really nice way to go ahead and be fourth. I think the young ladies that's fifth is just a bold, productive one that we just need to be pried open and to just squared up in terms of his dock, shortened up there as well. Go ahead and give all these kiddos in our white face division a round of applause.
All right, your champion was Brianna Pope, and your reserve was Isaac Carver. We need the lightweight black-faced market lambs of 98 to 105 to the back, followed by the 110 by 112 right behind them. If you're in the black-faced market lamb class, please start working your way to the back of the arena. All right, this is our lightweight black-faced market lamb class of 98 to 105 pounds. We have Quinlan Hoskins, Madison Carstens has 2, Emma Greene, Cheyenne Kiley, and Blake Kiersdorf.
really nice class of lightweight crossbred market lambs that I think for what they are at the stage of this game are really, really nice. And I think the one that starts off just hit me the hardest in terms of his appeal from this side. That's a guy that's just so tall at the point of his shoulder, runs uphill, and is so creasy in terms of his edge. He's not the freshest about it, his loin, but I think the image that he portrays from this side is just ultimately what hit me the hardest. I'll go ahead and stick with that and run with that guy to go ahead and lead off. I think the young ladies that comes in next is another one that props up, that has some balance. I love the way that she ties so high at the top side of her neck and is so long and extended about her neck. You know, I think this ewe, just if we peel her condition back, I don't know that she just has as much raw shape as our class winner. And then I think this ewe just gets a nickel franger for me in just terms of her feature and jawline. I think the young ladies, whether that ends up in third, is trendy in terms of his color. He's got a cool look when she gets him stretched up and propped up. I think that guy just maybe has some skeletal issues. As we get out and go, it just doesn't want to utilize his rear tube quite as well. Wish we could lengthen and level him out of his hip and rump, but I think that guy is still one that's got some shape later down on the road. I think maybe just maturity will help him just kind of blend together all of his pieces. I think the young man's is just maybe a little further along in terms of condition and reads today, a little bulkier and smoother. This guy, as we get out and move him around the ring, just falls apart in terms of both ends of her skeleton being too vertical. Just wish we could let this ewe just stride out with a more level top line and just more comfortable. But I think that ewe still has some natural spread and dimension, and that's what aids over the ones that remain. I think the young ladies, whether that ends up coming next, has some forearm and foot size, just a little maturity to him and just at the stage of this game. And I think this guy is another one that skeleton just maybe struggles, doesn't just want to relax and give this young lady his top line. I think he's also, as you step in behind him, all too one-dimensional and flat in terms of his center portion of his rib. Same thing about his pin set and stifle shape. To that round out, really similar, just really green for me today. We need to see them with some more feet on them, just so that they can age and mature and just into themselves. I think this one just maybe props up with a little bit more elegance from this side, just balances a little better in terms of underlining and being really good in terms of the way that they tie and being really up-headed. I think the young ladies that rounds out the classes, and another one that's, as they mature, will kind of broaden up, just all too skinny and green for me today. Go ahead and give all these kiddos a round of applause.
Your first place was Emma Greene, and your second was Shine Kylie. The next class is 110 to 112 pounds. We'll need the 114 to 120 to come to the back of the ring, please. This class has Cody Taggart, Elise Thatcher, Cheyenne Kylie, April Shahan, and Becca Shahan.
class because I think the quality just kicks up in this class, and I think the top trio are really, really good. A different judge might kind of switch them up, but I think ultimately young ladies just hits me the hardest in just terms of being so overwhelmingly stout. Still being able to prop up from the side and give a really balanced look. I think that guy's just so edgy and square and proportional in his look from this side. You know, as he gets out and around the ring, I don't know if he's just as coordinated out of his rear too, a little shorter and rounder out of his hip and straighter about the usage of his hock. And then I think as I get my hands on him, I think he's ultra burly. He's so open up in terms of his center cage, but he's got a nickel extra covering on him. I just don't know if that guy, just in terms of growth and maturity, will ever get to a bigger sheep. And I think that's still an ultra good one that I'd be excited to be on the head of. I don't know how these young ladies battle it out in terms of what they show, but I think this one initially really caught my eye when he came in the ring. He's probably later down the road, the one that's just a nickel longer and extended. I think he still kind of has a proportional look from the side and wedges really good. That guy's greener in terms of his condition. I think he still touches and handles really good. So fresh skin. I just think that guy, as we get out of him and let him see in motion, he has maybe a little of the same option, just not being as secure in terms of where he wants to plant and drive. And then I think he kind of falls out just in terms of where he is size-wise, just in terms of maturity about his front end. Maybe at a later stage in the game, he'll kind of grow into that. We'll just have to see. But I still think that one's ultra good in just terms of all the pieces that he puts together. You know, young ladies that comes in third is kind of one of those deals. You're either first or third, unfortunately. You ran into two that are just ultra powerful and stout. This one falls short in third in that category, and that's ultimately just what it is. I don't know if he's just, I wanted to call him as they got out and moved, just a super sound one. I don't think he is that, because I think he's still awkward about the way he utilizes hip and hind leg, but still, a really good, fresh, and highly presented one. Young lady did an awesome job with. Two that we ran out of the class just get overwhelmed in terms of mass and substance. Just a little greener, little skinnier. Young ladies is a little bulkier, and when you get your hands on them, young mans just need some more time on feed to mature, drop into a rear rib and flank. Go ahead and give all those kiddos a big round of applause.
All right, your first place is Gabriel Shakin, second was Becca Shakin. Our next class is the 114 to 120 pound class. This class has Braden Turner, Eli Hardaway, Elena Stevenson, Claire Smith, and Emmeline Wright. We need the medium weight blackface market land classes to start working their way to the back of the ring, please.
little more logical class in my mind, and I think the young lady brings us one that just runs away with this class. I think this one's ultra good. He's so fresh in terms of his handle, so fresh skin, props up from the side and balances pretty perfectly, honestly. I think that guy also gets out and just moves like a cat. I think that young lady should be ultra excited about that one. Young ladies that comes in second, another bold, pride of heart one. Just a little plain in terms of her condition, a little lower fronted, just not as edgy enough in terms of shape for me today. And I think the young man's that comes in next, a long pattern, kind of big outline view or whether that's extended, just also not one that's a little plainer, a little drier and dehydrated in terms of handle quality. I think the young ladies that comes in next, that's another big outline kind of whether that's long and extended about his front end, maybe struggles a little bit in terms of his front end skeleton, and then I just like to change him in terms of his lower body dynamic. Really cool looking blue from this side that we round out with, another tall shouldered extended one that's honestly got some pinset and stifle shape, just probably the most one-dimensional. Go ahead and give all those kids a big round of applause.
All right, we're going to be showing for the champion and reserve champion lightweight blackface market lamb. You should have 6 in this class. We should have Emma Greene, Cheyenne Kiley, April Shahan, Becca Shahan, Elena Stevenson, and Evelyn Wright.
probably the toughest division we've seen all day. I think all 6 of these out here are really, really good. And I think all these kiddos should be ultra proud of them. I'm bad at showing my cards. Obviously, I kind of have my 2 favorites out here out of the 2nd and 3rd class. They're really different. They're not the same sheep. I think different people are going to sort them different ways every day. I think for me today, just the one that stands out to me just in terms of being an outlier, in terms of stoutness, and still just handling himself with a sense of balance from the side and putting all his pieces together is the young ladies out of the 2nd class. She'll go ahead and be your champion. Now, I think the young ladies that comes out of the 3rd class is still really, really good. And later down the road, I think this guy might smoke him, just because I think his pieces read long term, just in terms of when he grows into himself. Reads like a big sheep that I think when he gets his underline, reading a little bit more dynamic, just as ultra good. I think he's still really fresh skinned and just not as burly as our champion, but I still think that's an ultra good sheep that this young lady should be ultra proud of. Go ahead and she'll be reserved. Go ahead and give all the 6 kiddos a big round of applause though.
Your camper was April Shahan, and your reserve was Emmeline Wright. All right, we're ready to move on to our medium weight blackface market class of 124 to 129 pounds. If you're in the medium weight blackface division, please make your way to the back of the ring. All right, this class has Elena Stevenson, Elise Badger, Stella Carver, Harrison Smith, Emmeline Wright, Becca Shahan, and Brayden Thuman.
I apologize for taking a little extra time and reworking these kids, but I think this top trio is really, really good, and they're really different, and I wanted to make sure that I was content with my decision. I think the young ladies that starts off just does the most. It's another one that's just really stout. I think this one, of the kind of sheep that I think this young lady's shown, it probably just hits me a nickel harder in just terms of balancing a nickel better. I like this one's height to shoulder and how extended he is in terms of his front end, and then still matches in terms of being so fresh and so hydrated in terms of skin and shape. I think that one is another one that gets out on motors and maybe is just a little straighter and shorter stepping from behind, but I think he still manages to stay proportional and balance a little better in motion than the young ladies that ends up in second. Man, this sheep came in the ring and I was like, yep, that's the one that hits me really, really hard. And I think that one is another one that props up from the side and is so extended and balances from the side really well. He handles so fresh and to the touch, and I think that young lady should be ultra proud of that one because I think she's fed him ultra well, and she props him up really, really well. I think as we get out of him when we get into motion is when I struggle with this sheep. He just doesn't balance and proportion the same. He's almost a rib too long for the size he's at right now and just doesn't read as dynamic about his underline. And then I think his hind leg just gets a little wonky. He's a little long stride and a little longer pastern, and I just wish that guy would just get out and float a little more. And that's still a really, really nice one the young lady should be proud of. Same thing for the young ladies that it comes in third. I think as I really backed off this one, I was like, man, that's a nice sheep. I think today, he's just not as ready to go as the two in front of him. He reads a little greener in terms of his loin and then just doesn't blend in terms of his tail head. Wish we could lengthen him out in terms of his hip and just set him down in his tail head. That's another one that parks up from this side and is tall shouldered, extended, crisp to the touch of his rack, and then just balances really well in terms of how he's tucked up at the base of his chest and then runs into a deep flank. I think that guy also, as he gets out and moves, is really fluid in terms of his top line, maybe just a little straighter in terms of his hind leg and gets out of himself as he goes directly away. And then as what remains, the young ladies that comes in next, Eulam's just really bulky, and just in terms of her shape, just a nickel planer in terms of her design, deeper chested, doesn't wedge the right way for me. And then the young ladies that comes next, that's a nice fresh skin weather, just doesn't come with enough edge to his shape for me today, but I think that's one that props up from the side and has a look to him that you have to appreciate just in terms of extension and outline. And then the young man's, that's another big outlined weather that I think with some more days on feed will kind of grow into himself, just probably structurally for me is more challenging off either ends of his skeleton, a little rounder out of his hip and throws off his usage of his hind leg. I think the same thing for the young man's Eulam that rounds out the class, just doesn't wedge the right way for me, all too one-dimensional, but still a really nice class, really tough trio. Go ahead and give all those kids a big round of applause.
First goes to Becca Shanahan, second goes to Emily Wright. Our next class is 130 to 134 pounds. We have Peyton Zollers, Maddie Mobley, Eli Hardaway, April Shanahan, Riley Rankin, and Kinley Deserves.
little more logical class that falls together for me, and I think the young lady's lighter featured brother that starts off just runs away in terms of totals. I think that guy just gets out and motors really well. You get your hands on him and he's fresh. They've got all their sheep maxed out today, and I think just all these sheep for what they are today are just ready to rumble. He's really, really nice. Young lady does a hammer job. I think the young lady's whether that comes in second is the second most ready. I think as she gets him kind of comfortable there and he sets it in his spine, that sheep looks really nice from this side because he's bulky, he's big caged, he's big pin. You know, maybe just isn't as smooth and balanced from the side as our last winner. Maybe just a nickel more vertical off both ends of his skeleton, but still a really nice kind of stout made whether. I think he's just more ready to go than the young man's whether that comes in third. I think this sheep propped up actually and down the road will be really nice because he's just green today. I think as we get him with some maturity, purple, yep. Added maturity, I think he'll blow apart in terms of his skeleton and just balance a little better. But he's got some edge, he's got some spread to his shape up high. He's got some pinset and stifle shape that I think as a bigger sheep will be a lot better just in terms of balance. I think the young ladies that comes in next has got some with the skeleton and stoutness, just really plain for me today. We need to take him back a few days just in terms of his prime, just being a nickel edgier and fresher about his shape, just too thick about his neck, plainer about the base of his chest, but still a really nice skinned one that's a really high presented. Young lady does a nice job. I think the young lady that comes in next, another really highly presented one that's big about his form and feature, just reads a little quicker in terms of his cannon, and I think his front end just is a little lower. Sheep just doesn't want to tie his skeleton together quite as nicely from the side for me, but I think that's still a wide skeleton one that's got some substance and feature. Young ladies that rounds out the class is a big outline kind of you, just another one that's a nickel plain for me today. Need to freshen her up in terms of this edge to her skin and shape. But go ahead and give all these kids a big round of applause.
First goes the Eagle Sheep, second goes the Riley Rankin. Our next class is the 135 to 139 pounds. We have Cheyenne Kiley, Carissa Larson, Madison Carson, Elena Stevenson, and Colin Jewett.
more logical class, and I think the first two surface pretty quickly for me. I think the young lady's weather just props up and balances really, really well. That's a square-edged one that's just so good in terms of his balance from this side. You get in behind him, and he's really round caged and just bold in terms of the center portion of his body. And that's what allows that sheep to just have more natural spread and raw shape than the sheep that comes in second. Nothing to take away from the young lady's ewe lamb, because that one's another one that balances nice from this side. She's a bold, dimensional one. I just think just for a market class, we just are a little past our prime today. I think we strip her shape down. It's where that ewe maybe can stand a little bit more in contention for my class winner, but I think that's another big feature, really nice structured kind of ewe lamb that's the young lady's done a really nice job with. I think the young lady that props up her weather in third, just as you back off of these two, I think just has a little bit more balance for me just in terms of underlying balance, and then has some more center body and with the skeleton, you know, he's another one that just in terms of raw shapes, a nickel 2 plain for me, and a nickel dehydrated in terms of freshness of skin and hide and shape. I think the young man has the advantage there. That's a fresher skin, fresher shaped one. I just think we're all too one-dimensional. This doesn't allow for that guy to be square enough about his shape. He's just wrong in terms of the way he proportionalizes from chest to flank. The young lady that rounds out the class, it's still a really nice, fundamental kind of market lamb. A ewe that's really got some body and with the skeleton, just doesn't have the same kind of spread as the ones ahead of her. But go ahead and give all those kids a big round of applause. Nice duo.
All right, first, there's Carissa Larson. Second is Elena Stevenson. We will now show for our champion medium weight blackface market lamb. We should have 6 in this class. Evelyn Wright, Becca Shahan, April Shahan, Riley Rankin, Carissa Larson, and Elena Stevenson. We need the heavyweight blackface market lambs to be working to the back of the arena, please.
Another really good division. I'm going to talk a few of them just because I want to show you where my brain's at, because it was definitely a more difficult division for myself. The sheep that come out of the first class of this division, I think that I struggled with that pair, and that trio was really, really good. I think the young lady's weather comes back out, and I'm really happy with my decision because he's just settled into himself. He's showing better for her, and he's just really good from the side propped up here. I think just everything comes together as he relaxes, and then he's just so stout and cracked open in every regard. It's a really nice sheep. Young ladies, that comes in second. Like I said, man, that one's another one from the side that initially hit me really hard. You know, he's a little taller at the point of his shoulder, got some extension that I love from this side. You know, I think as we get him out and get out of that sheep, I think he gets a little awkward just in terms of his pieces, is maybe just a nickel too long for me, and then just has his hind leg, we get out of him, he just gets a little wonky there. But I think that's still a really fresh sheep that's still really stout, really good class. I think the one that comes out of the second class is a sheep that in that class did so really rather handedly. I think we get him back out here, and I think that's still a really nice sheep. Maybe has some more attractive pieces to him and handles himself probably really comfortably in motion compared to a few others. But in comparison, I don't think that sheep's just as busted open as a few others out here. Just a nickel drier in the center portion of his body, but still a really nice sheep that paints an image from this side. And I think the young ladies that are Class 3 is one that's also another one that stays in contention just because of how big caged and good shaped he is in terms of at the upper portion of his skeleton. I don't know if his skeleton and in terms of his hip and hind leg is just as good as a few others here, but I still think that's another good sheep that deserves some credit. Like I said, kind of a more difficult division. I think the Class 1 sheep is one that hits me the hardest. We'll go ahead and keep that pair together. They'll be your champion in reserve. Be excited to see them come back out later tonight.
So your champion is Becca Shahan, and your reserve is Emmeline Wright. All right, we're ready for the heavyweight black-faced market lamb Class 1 of 140 to 143 pounds. We have Autumn Barrett, Asher Allen, Olivia Birkin, Isaac Carver, and Madison Parsons.
As we move into our heavyweight market lambs, I think something that stands out to me that's important to keep in mind is freshness, and I think that's what this young man's weather does to a T. He's the freshest of this class, and then still is plenty broad and bold about his shape and his center body. I think that guy actually still props up and has a good image from this side, gets out in motors really, really well. Good place to start off. You know, young lady's ewe-lamb that comes in second, it's a moderate, thick-made kind of one that's so wide skeleton and broad in the center portion of her body. Just as we get my hands on her, she's a nickel plane in terms of her shape. I think if we stripped her down, then she's old. With how broad she is, she probably stays in a little bit more contention for the top end of things, but still a really nice broad-made kind of ewe that the young lady's doing a really nice job with. Then on the flip side of things, I think the young lady's ewe that ends up in third is a speckle-faced one that I think from the side has some things you appreciate, just in terms of lines, of symmetry. You know, that one's just all too dry in terms of her flank, all too flat in terms of her body. Got to bust her open in terms of having just enough raw substance and shape, but still a really nice one to end up in third. Young lady's market lamb that ends up in fourth is a big outlined kind of wether that's so tall at the point of his shoulder. I just don't think his pieces come together for me. He's a little longer about his blade, wedges the wrong direction in terms of how his chest to flank relation, but he's still a smooth made one that's got some natural spreadness and squareness of shape to him up high. But I just think as we get him out in motion, that guy's pieces just kind of fall apart for me. I think the young man's that comes in next is a wider skeleton one that's maybe just a little broader in terms of the way he's made. But I think the same thing in terms of skeleton just struggles a little bit more for me. As we get him out, he drops in terms of his shoulder, gets a little lower there, and then just doesn't maintain enough comfort about his spine or his rear too. But still a really nice sheep to go ahead and be there. And then the young lady that we round out of our class is still a really nice kind of market lamb that's got some fundamentals to him just in terms of raw shape and substance, got some body from the side that helps him balance. We just maybe need to make him a little square in terms of his edges, just a little round in terms of his makeup, shorten him in terms of his dock, square him up out of his hip. Really nice class. Go ahead and give those kiddos a big round of applause.
First place goes to Isaac Carver. Second place goes to Autumn Barrett. Our next class is 144 to 146 pounds. We have Aspen Jacobs, Montana Kiley, Clarissa Richards, and Brianna Pope.
Another really nice class, and I think the young ladies one is one that starts off is one that just runs away in terms of freshness once again. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but that guy is really fresh, and he's so opened up when you get up on the top of him. He's so big in terms of his rack, and then matches in terms of all the way down his top line into a big upper hip and stifle. You know, he's not one to park and cooperate for the young lady, but I still think he's one that balances relatively appropriately from the side. You know, I think the young ladies that comes in next from the outside probably just doesn't balance the same for me, and that's where he gets beat. He's a little bigger shouldered, deeper chested, thicker necked. I think you get your hands on him, and that one's ultra busted open just in terms of his cage and forward. He's so square in terms of his rack shape, and that's ultimately why he ends up being in second today, just because of raw shape that he has. I think the young ladies that ends up in third is in a really nice natural colored weather that's maybe just a more appropriate in terms of his front end construction, being tinier bladed and flatter there, more extended and taller at the point of his shoulder. You know, you step in behind this guy and he's just got to be more busted open in terms of his center rib cage. And then I think in the same thing that'll allow him to have just more natural spread to his shape and then bust open into his pin set and stifle shape with just a little bit more substance. But a really nice natty weather to end up in third. Same thing for the sheep that ends up in fourth. Good way to round out just a bold, productive kind of market limb. As I get in behind him, the sheep just wedges wrong for me. He's a little heavier front and matched in comparison to the rest of his body. Get your hands on him, he's just not strict enough for me. So he'll go ahead and be fourth. But a really nice class. Give all these kiddos an applause for a good job.
First goes to Brianna Cook, second, Ashley Jacobs. We're now ready for the 150 to 171 pound class. This class has Riley Rankin, Ava Allen, Nora Hoyt, and Parker Pearsworth.
I wish every class would just walk in and make it this easy for me. And I think the young ladies that starts off is just a really nice sheep. He's tall shouldered and extending through his front end. He get up on top of me, so freshman, crisp to the touch. You know, he maybe just isn't the most pried open, boldest market lamb that we've said, and I maybe like to see him just at this weight, just have a little bit more punch, but I still think that's the most logical place to go ahead and start off. Young man's, whether that comes in seconds, one that I think as we get out of him in motion, just floats around the ring. He's so comfortable in terms of his build, just floats off either ends of his skeleton and says so level about his top line. Get your hands on him, and he's just too nondescript for me. We got to shave off some of that extra conditioning, just get some squareness of shape into him, and I still think that's a really nice sheep that props up from the side with a nice look to him. I think the sheep that ended up in 3 and 4 just get beat off skeleton. We took them off that last lap, and I think that they both struggle just in some different areas. Young ladies, weather just is a little shorter and rounder out of his hip, causing him to be a little more uncoordinated at his rear too. I do think this sheep just has a little bit more natural raw bulk and substance to him. That's ultimately why he ends up 3rd over the sheep that's in 4th. They still think the young lady's sheep that ends up in 4th is a big featured, stout-made kind of weather. It's just when we get him out in motion, he's probably just a little too vertical off both ends of his skeleton. Like to shorten him and squaring up in terms of his in terms of his tail dock. But still, really nice class of 4 sheep. Go ahead and give these kiddos a big round of applause.
First place goes to Riley Rankin. Second goes to Parker Kearsworth. We are now going to show for our champion and reserve champion heavyweight. Riley Rankin and Parker Kearsworth.
No, our whole crossbred division has been really tough and competitive, and our heavyweights are no different. I think there's 6 sheep out here that represent a load of quality. I think for me it does come to the ones that are at the front line for me that I narrow it down to. I think there's one that maybe is just a man among boys. I think for this weight he just kind of matches in terms of mass, and then it's still really fresh and just crisp to the touch for this weight. Then after that it gets a little trickier, 2 different kind of sheep for me that I think is just give and take. I think it just comes down to just what maybe matches proportionally to the sheep's size is what it comes down to. But yeah, I'll go ahead and set the mic down, show you my 2 favorites, give these kiddos a big round of applause.
All right, your champion was Brianna Pope, and your reserve was Isaac Carver. All right, we're going to take a short break here for a little bit, and then we're going to get back to the community land barn project. So I'll give them a chance to get ready and be back to the back of the ring. We would once again like to thank Home State Bank for providing the live streaming today and also providing water. If you have somebody at home that wants to watch the show, they can go online and watch. I want to announce that before the showmanship class, we are going to take a little break for backdrop photos with the judge out back. So that will be before the showmanship.
Hey, we're going to get started again here with the Community Land Barn Project. I know you've heard me go through this spiel before, but the judge doesn't know about it. There might be some people in the audience that don't know about it. The Community Land Barn Project is something we came up with, I don't know how many years ago, because we were lacking numbers and lacking kids. So these young folks maybe don't have an opportunity to show an animal, don't have the facilities to take care of them. So we have a barn that's donated by Josh Hedges. The committee of lamb producers helped these kids. We sort of financed the project. They have a little buy-in, but most of the money comes from us. And we have the kids come out twice a week to work with the lambs and to kind of help them. They do all the clipping and washing and getting them ready for the fair. We don't do a lot of complicated feeding with these lambs. They're just put on feed as much as they'll eat and grow as fast as they can. Parents are in it. So it's been a really great project. We have a dozen kids in this project this year with 15 lambs. So we'll bring the Community Lamb Barn project in next.
Is this one that
First class here is 105 to 119 pounds. We have Blake Gersdorf, Clarissa Richards, Henry Deservitz, Olivia Burkhardt, Claire Smith.
Well, what a cool deal to get all these kiddos back out here and another chance to compete. And I think that's a really nice class. And I think the young ladies, whether that starts off, is just really solid. I think he's really square made. He's got some body. He's got some shape. You step in behind him, and he's probably just the most wide open in terms of natural substance. And he carries that all the way back to the biggest upper hip and stifle shape. I think that's a really nice way to start off. I think the young lady's speckle is one that just kind of grows on me. She gets him propped up and relaxed. You know, he just kind of looks like a show sheep. He's really cracked open in terms of his skeleton, so edgy in terms of his rack. You know, he's probably not just the most hydrated and freshest in terms of his hiding handle, but I still think that sheep, just in terms of sheer mass and substance, one that I like a bunch. I think the young man's that's in third is probably one that I just like a little better in terms of skeleton. That use front end structures quite a substantially bit better than the speckle faces. She's tidier about her blade, longer about her neck with some more extension. I think if we got her extended out and propped up, I think that Elam would look even better. She still balances relatively really well from this side. We just get up on top of her and she's a little bit too one-dimensional, a little more closed up than the other two that are ahead of us. I think the young ladies' speckles that round out the class are really similar, just kind of sheep that are ultra productive in kind of their frame size and being able to get to a heavyweight. I think these sheep are just in both a nickel planer in terms of their shape. I probably like the build and structure of the young ladies that ends up coming before this one's a little bit better. And then the young ladies here is probably one that comes with just a nickel more feature and substance, just a little unproportional for me in terms of being a deeper chested one that's just a little flatter and then doesn't have as much substance from behind. Really cool class. Go ahead and give all those kiddos a big round of applause.
First is Claire Smith, second Olivia Burkett. All right, our next class is 127 to 141 pounds. This class has Harrison Smith, Braden Dewan, Kevin Gazuris, Colin Jewett, Asher Allen, and Olivia Burkett.
a class that's really different in terms of its types and kinds that's thrown into it, but I think two really nice sheep that start off. And I think the young man's, for me, is one that just grows on me as the drag wears on, because I think as he gets him propped up, that's a tall-shouldered sheep that's got some mass and substance. You know, he's not just the craziest, stoutest, most ripped up one, but I still think relative to his size and maturity, I think that guy's really, really good there. You know, the young ladies that comes in second, I think from the side, you like things about her just in terms of her blade shape and angle. She was one when she's not running downhill, runs uphill and has an extended look to her to appreciate. You know, she's really raw and expressive in terms of her shape, and that's what I love about that sheep. You know, she's just wrong in terms of her underlying dynamic. Wish we could just drop her in terms of her flank and just make her balance out a little bit better there. But two really nice sheep to start off for this class. Young ladies, that ends up in third is just really bulky and massive, pried apart in terms of her skeleton. You know, just a little plainer and nondescript in terms of her shape. And then as we set them into motion, probably just struggles in terms of being able to get a foot and maintain comfort enough off both ends of her skeleton. She wants to drop in terms of her shoulder and then round out of her rear end. But still, a really bulky, stout kind of ewe that you have to appreciate for that. And I think that's where she beats the ewe that comes in next, just having a little extra substance, especially when this ewe, when she gets out of motion, has probably the same struggles just off both ends of her skeleton. I do like this one propped up though, because she's got a cute and tiny blade with a long neck attached to her, and then she balances maybe a nickel better just in terms of freshness. I just think that ewe just doesn't have enough substance, and she also consequently struggles skeletally. But the young man's doing a really nice job with that ewe, and I think these young men are doing a really nice job with their project as well. They fed them really well. Their finish is great. Just two sheep that probably just don't have enough bulk and substance that we see in a few other ones, and it's when it's accompanied with a few structural issues, probably just pry them open for me. It's two really nice sheep. Go ahead and give all those kiddos another big round of applause.
First goes to Colin Dewitt, second Olivia Perfect. The next class is 145 to 171 pounds.
You messed with the mic's just not shutting off. This is the last class of this division. Yes. Did we get it all?
This class has Clarissa Richards, Ava Allen, Margaret Gearsdorf, and roughly 40.
Well, another really good class. A nice way to round off this division. I think the young man's is one that I think hit me hard earlier in his class, just with how sound skeleton this one is. He gets out and just floats around the ring, stays so level about his top line. You know, as he's propped up, he balances really well just from the side and just being a kind of level made, tall, extended kind of sheep that's good in terms of his underline. You know, he's just not the crispest, freshest one in terms of handle, but I still think that's a really nice feather that the young man should be proud of. Now, the young lady's blue one, she's came back out here and just got this thing stuck, because I think the way he's running uphill now and propped up from the side, he looks really, really nice. You know, I probably didn't compliment her enough on just how good this one's front skeleton is, because he ties high on the top side of his blade and it's tall shouldered and long and extended there, and then he progresses from there back. His raw shape is why he ends up being second, because that sheep's really fresh to the touch. You know, as I step in behind him, he's probably just not as pried open as I'd like to see, you know, but I still like that sheep's kind of look and design from the side. That's probably why he ends up beating the sheep in 3 and 4. Sheep that are just a little plainer made in their image and skeleton from this side. This one's maybe just a little fresher in terms of the touch. Gets out and handles himself with a little bit more balance and coordination. Definitely a little staler in just terms of the way he handles. Then I think the young ladies, whether that rounds out the class, is really bold and productive. Probably just runs out of gas in terms of just raw substance when he is a little off balance from the side when he drops out of his chest, and then just is a little longer docked. I think if you change that about him, freshen him up a little bit, that'd be a completely different sheep. Go ahead and give all 4 of these kiddos a big round of applause.
First is Parker Gersdorf, second is Clarissa Richards. We'll now show for the champion and reserve champion Community Lamb Barn Project. We're going to need the home raised and bred market lambs to come to the back of the arena and get ready. You're on deck.
I went around to each of the kids and asked their sheep's name and if it was their first time doing this project, and it sounded like, for the most part, it was their second or third year. When I think that's awesome. I think this program is something that highlights what 4-H and youth projects do for kids, and it's teach them responsibility and other skills, and that's what this project should be all about. And I hope these kiddos continue to do this for years on and appreciate the people that put on. So why don't we go ahead and give all the people that are in charge of this project and these kiddos a big round of applause. It doesn't matter if you didn't make this drive and you showed in this division, or if you're outside of this division. I think the things that this project teaches you are what's most important, and I think that's something to keep in mind. So I got these kiddos' sheep's names. We'll go ahead and use Kobe for champion and follow up for Waffles for reserve. So give these kiddos a big round of applause for an awesome job. champion, reserve.
All right, first one, Colin Jewett. Second one, Parker Gearsworth. They will be receiving a trophy and a plaque. And the plaque was sponsored by Fairview Vet Clinic. All right, our first class here of 111 to 130 pounds. We have Colin Taggart, Cody Taggart, Elena Stevenson, and Emma Stevenson. Okay, because of the rain, if you were a champion or reserve champion that wants your picture taken, we're going to do those pictures tomorrow at 8 a.m. If you do want a picture with the judge today, we will be doing those here in the arena if you want to do that. Otherwise, we're going to be doing the pictures in front of the backdrop, out back, tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Really good class to go ahead and kick off our homegrown division. And I think the sheep that wins is a really nice one. Just in terms of balance and proportions, that sheep wedges right. He's crisp and fresh to the touch and then gets out and handles himself relatively well. Go ahead. The young lady's got him propped up and stuck perfectly right there. Really nice job. I think the young man's ewe lamb that comes in second's just ultra crisp down her back. She's got so much shape in terms of her rack shape, and then she's ultra wide about her loin. You know, she's just not the smoothest made thing. She's probably a little shorter and quicker in terms of maturity, and I think if she just smoothed out a little bit and just relaxed in terms of her skeleton, I like that sheep a little bit more. Just maybe a little nickel too hard and terminal for me, but still a really nice, crisp, and fresh one to go ahead and be second. Young lady's 3, sheep in third is one that's from the side, balances really well. That's a good skeleton kind of sheep that attaches appropriately out of the top side of her neck. She's one that's probably smoother made than the one that comes in second, but I think that just comes because she's a nickel planer in terms of condition for a market lamb class. I just wish she was a little edgier in terms of her shape, but that's still a really nice sheep to go ahead and land third. And same thing for the young man's sheep that rounds out the class. That's a wide skeleton, square made kind of one. This isn't as bulky as a few others out here. I think if we just opened up in terms of his skeleton, he'd be able to move up. Go ahead and give all those kiddos a big round of applause.
All right, first was Elena Stevenson, second was Derby Taggart. Our next class is 137 to 157 pounds. We'll have Elena Stevenson, Derby Taggart, and Amber Stevenson. We will need the champion rated gain, reserve champion, champion production lamb, and the reserve champion production lamb to come up to the back of the arena. All right? The champion, so there's two of you, the reserve, and the champion and reserve with the production lamb.
Another really good class, and I think the young lady deserves to be commended for the kind of sheep she's raising within this county. I think this sheep's another one that's just really good in terms of proportions. Wedge is really good in just terms of being square about her shape from front to rear. I think that sheep just matches everywhere and stays within appropriate bounds within her skeleton. I think the sheep that comes in second is the bold, productive one. I think that's just ultra massive in terms of every feature in regard to her skeleton. I think she's just maybe a nickel planer just in terms of chest, a little planer in terms of skeleton of being a little vertical up front, a little longer pastern and uncoordinated out of her rear too, but still a really bold, productive kind of sheep that deserves a really good job in second. Then the young man's is one that I think you appreciate in terms of being tall at the point of his shoulder, extended and running uphill. And he's got some dynamic things to appreciate about his underline. I think as I get my hands on him, that sheep's a little bit more peaked in terms of his shape. I just like him to broaden him up and his forehip so he just wedges a little bit better. But still, a really nice class. Give these kiddos a good round of applause.
All right, first point to Elena Stevenson, second one to Amber Stevenson. We'll now show for the champion and reserve champion home rated with red market lambs. Elena will have 2. Amber Stevenson will have 1. Cody Taggart.
division. And I think youth programs need to consider what this county does and just rewarding all the kiddos for all their hard work, because it's what we need for the future of this project to last and for kiddos to want to continue to do it. And I think the kiddos out here that are exhibiting these sheep deserve high praise. This is an awesome deal. I think there's one that just sticks out to me, whether he's homegrown, not, he's black, he's blue, he's whatever color. I think the young ladies out of the first class just looks like a show sheep to me. He'll go ahead and be your champion. Move that second place up and I'll give him a second look and then pick my second favorite. I wanted to give that young lady a chance to show her own sheep, and I think she looks really good there propped up, and I think these are two really good sheep, really different. I think for me, I just like the added freshness of this sheep. You'll go ahead and have your reserve.
So your champion was Elena Stevenson, and your reserve was Cody Taggart.
Okay, we have some other competitions I'd like to talk about. First, about the rate of gain. So we had, when we set the parameters for rate of gain, it was a different sheep, they were bigger frame. So to get a purple ribbon, you had to gain more than 9/10 of a pound a day. And the blue ribbon ones are 0.7 to 0.9. So you can look and see the blue ribbon rate of gains. Some of these lambs are older, they worked harder, more exercise than try to grow. So it's just a different thing that we do with them now. But we still would like to recognize those rate of gain. Autumn Barrett and Maddie Mobley tied for grand champion rate of gain with 0.85 pounds per day. If you bring your lambs out and walk them around and give these two guys a big round of applause. And then Quinlan Hoskins had the reserve slightly behind at 0.8333. Forever infinity of threes. So give all these guys a big round of applause, and we've got some plaques and banners. What's that? We only have one, so give the first one who comes to you, get it, and we'll get it. You guys should share it back in the barn or something. What's that? Yeah, now you can see the other ribbon. Okay, and then the next class I want to talk about quickly is the production class. We've done this for quite a while. We use ultrasound to tell us how big their loin eyes are. We use an equation then with rate of gain to figure retail cuts. So every kid has their lamb ultrasounded, and so you can see on this back page how we did. Over the years, clearly our loin eyes are bigger, so we're doing something right. Back fat's about the same, but not a lot. So the important one is that lamb chop, because that's the one that tastes the best and cooks up the best and sells to the big restaurants the best. So we have two sheep that we'd like to recognize here today. Nora Hoyt, would you bring your first place production lamb in? To give Nora a big round of applause. And right behind her, 0.06 of a pound, is Amber Stevenson. So give Amber a big round of applause as well. Okay. I've got a couple of other things I'd like to do. I'd like to recognize our seniors who are graduating this year. So if Riley Rankin, Braden Turner, and Ellie Badger, if you would come in the ring, please. We'd like to thank you guys for being with us for several years, exhibiting lambs. We have Riley and Elise. Anywhere? Behind me? All right. Sneaking up on me, aren't you? Get in there, Brady. So I have a check for $200 for each one of these kids, for these youngsters, for the work they've all done. We'd like to recognize them and thank them for being part of our family. Elise, Braden is next, and Riley. Yeah, welcome. Thank you.
All right. We are ready for the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Market Lambs. We should have Brianna Pope, Isaac Carter, April Shahan, Emmeline Wright, Becca Shahan, Emmeline Wright again, Brianna Pope, another one for Isaac, Colin Jewett, Parker Giersdorf, Elena Stevenson, and Cody Taggart. The champion for today's Champion Market Lamb Show will advance to the Heartland Throwdown. The champion will also receive a qualifying banner that has graciously been donated by the local Heartland Throwdown sponsor, Fairview Veterinary Clinic. Representatives from our county will compete against 7 other champions. We will welcome you to join us at the Hanson Ag Student Learning Center in Ames on Saturday, July 26th. The show will begin at 12:30 p.m. The winner selected at the Heartland Throwdown will then punch their ticket to the All Iowa Showdown in August. Come out and support the youth from King Greene County.
I'll try not to be too long, but I do have just a few things. First of all, I want to give all the people that put on this show, the volunteers and the parents that have helped these kids, why don't we go ahead and give them a big round of applause. It takes hard work to get here, not only as an exhibitor, but to even just put on these things. So my compliments to all these people that have gotten you here to this show. It's been a well-ran show. It's been awesome. I've had fun. The kiddos have been awesome. I don't really have much words of wisdom. I'm just a young kid that does a couple of these, and I love doing it. So I'm learning every time I judge a show. My ears are open. If you have something you want to let me know, I'd be happy to hear it. I just try to pick the sheep that I think are good and that stand out to me, and the sheep that I'd like to show. So that's what I have to say. I think the sheep have been awesome. Every division, ewes and wethers, every weight division, every breed, they've been awesome, and the kiddos have been even better. They're super respectful and awesome, and you can tell how hard they've worked. I think there's a few sheep out here that just hit me ultra hard just in terms of being maxed out and being ultra raw and shapely in terms of muscle, and then they still back it up with just balance and look like kind of a show sheep. I'm all about ones that just look like kind of a show sheep, stand out in a big ring, and I think there are some sheep out here that stick out to me. I'll go ahead and set the microphone down and just show you my two favorites, and when I do, please be loud and proud for these kiddos because they deserve it.
Your grand champion was Becca Shahan, and reserve was Emily Wright. We're going to get some pictures here. We have a plaque sponsored by Home State Bank for the champion, and we have a plaque sponsored by People's Bank for the reserve. We also have a traveling trophy by Roger Naylor. They'll also receive a belt buckle and a banner. Our grand champion market belt buckle was sponsored by Heartland Bank.
While we're getting all these pictures, we have another oversight. These kids grow up too fast. I missed Taylor McDowell, the senior. So Taylor, if you come in, we
check for you somewhere.
Kids, Little Lamb. We have Nia Hoyt, Logan Gearstorch, Cody Pope, Bennett Taggart, Anna Thomas, Autumn Stevenson, Inslee Stevenson, Jackson Money, and Zoe Hoskins. And Ava Smith.
Well, we got all sorts of sheep names out here. I think we have Shrek, Billy, Bobby, Dark Shine, all of it. So let's go ahead and give all these kiddos a big round of applause for a nice job done.
At this time we have Hazel Holtz, Mackenzie McNeil, Lee Holtz, Chase Donahue, Axton Allen, Walker Barrett, Israel Leped, Emma Jurgensen, and Lexi Gearsbush.
Once again, all these kiddos are doing a great job. Why don't we go ahead and reward them with a big round of applause.
All right, we're going to be moving on to the market pen of 3 class. We will not be taking the break before showmanship since it's raining, so the pictures out back in front of the photo wall will not be today, they'll be tomorrow. So we will move right on into showmanship after we get done with the pen of 3. All right, for our market pen of 3, we have Madison Carstens, Cheyenne Kylie, and Elena Stevenson.
Small division, but still really good 3 groups of sheep we have here. We'll go ahead and use this 3 to be champion, reserve, third. Go ahead and give all these kiddos a big round of applause.
So Elena Stevenson got first. Cheyenne Kylie got second. That will be your grand champion and reserve. We're going to take here about 5 minutes or so. Senior showman, we need you to start working to the back of the ring. We're going to give you about 5 minutes here to get ready, and then we'll move right into showmanship. Intermediate showman, you can start getting ready. You'll be right after the seniors. for the senior showmanship. We have Autumn Barrett, Isaac Carver, Braden Turner, Kinley Deserves, Madison Kirsten, Cody Taggart, Cheyenne Kiley, Braden Doolin, and Riley Rankin. Junior showman, you be working your way to the back of the ring, please. We're kind of playing it by ear with the rain today, but right now it's let up, so we are going to try to do some pictures after the show. So if you want to sneak some of those in, providing that the rain holds off, we will. So get with the photographer is going back there now, so I know because of the rain it's hard to get pictures back here, so she is headed back there if you want to get some pictures in today. So if not, talk to her and it'll work in.
Well, showmanship's something that I thoroughly enjoy. So I like to take the time with the kids, and I wasn't asking questions or anything. I was just talking to them about what I thought they did well today, what I thought that they could have done maybe better throughout the day or in the showmanship ring. And all these kiddos do a great job. I think there's just a few minor tweaks for each of them. Maybe as a whole, I just kind of want to explain this. We got caught up with maybe a slower sheep in the front of the line. For me, what I would have done there if I was at the tail end of the line, gave myself plenty of space to stop, set up. You never want to give me a bad view of your animal, right? So I think a few of us further down the line, we could have done that. And then that would have helped us when we got into line. We would have had some better spacing and not get so crowded over here. But a really nice job. I think the kiddos are doing a great job. Kiddos are younger. You guys are seniors, right? So like I said, showmanship is something that I'm super passionate about, and it's something that I take super serious because I traveled everywhere, and showmanship is something that I always got excited about, and I'm sure you guys do as well. So I'll go ahead and shake the hands of my two favorites, and then you guys are good to go. And crowd, I want you to be loud and proud for them. So good job, everybody.
Your champion Taylor McDowell. All right, next class is intermediate showmanship. This one we have Eli Harlan, Estella Carver, Olivia Burkett, April Sheehan, Aspen Jacobs, Krista Larson, Peyton Zollers, and Maddie Mobley.
once again, I went and talked to each of the kiddos about some of the things that I changed or some of the things that I thought they did well throughout the day. I think as a whole, they did a really good job of coming in the gate. And I think, so I have the pleasure to work with kids a lot during the summer for families that I help feed sheep, and then I'm also a counselor for a showmanship camp. Every kid that I work with, I always tell them there's 3 things that matter. First impressions, consistency, and paying attention to yourself. You gotta be locked in at all times. Consistency is key, and first impressions matter. If your first impression doesn't tell me that you're confident and you know what you're doing, I'm not going to look at you again because I lost you there, right? So you got to make it a big effort to come in strong out of the gate, maintain that throughout the drive with consistency, and then lock in at all times. It doesn't have to be perfection, but you got to be able to handle and adapt the situation you're in. All these kiddos are great. Give them a round of applause. I think there's one. I think there's one exhibitor out here for me that just throughout the day, just stuck. Every sheep they were on, always hustled, never showed me a bad view. Any of the sheep that they showed, young lady that's second from last, she'll be your champion.
Your champion intermediate is Admiral Shahan. All right, our next class is the junior showmanship. We have Ava Allen, Colin Jewett, Montana Kiley, Elena Stevenson, Parker Gearsworth, Clarissa Richards, Emma Greene, Blake Gearsworth, Harrison Smith, Nora Hoyt, Kenna Minahan, Keita Minahan, Becca Shahan, Claire Smith, Emma Stevenson, Quinlan Hoskins, Melissa Carlson, Colin Taggart, Amber Stevenson, and Asher Allen. If you're getting hungry, the Clover Cafe will be serving lamb burgers and lamb brats. The Greene County lamb producers are grilling today, so be sure and grab one. You don't often get to enjoy them. So lamb burgers and brats are going to be at Clover Cafe. At the end of the goat show today, if all the exhibitors would come back into the arena after that, we need to tear down all the pins and everything so they can have the beef show tomorrow. So all exhibitors after the goat show, please come back in and give everybody a hand to get the pins tore down. Yeah, mom and dads are welcome too.
For all your exhibitors, I need you to check off lands that you do not want to sell, the market lands. So on the sheet that's posted in the sheet bar, please cross off the ones you don't want to sell. There's a bid from Colfax for $1.80 a pound. So lands will be going there Sunday evening. Check out at 5 o'clock.
Few more kids in this division, so it took me a little longer, but I won't apologize for that because I want each of these kiddos to get better each and every year because they deserve it. They're working hard and they deserve to know why or why not they didn't do well. So I apologize, I guess, for taking a little bit of time, but I hope the kids appreciate it. I think all these kiddos do a great job. There's little things between them. I think there is one that's just to stand out amongst them. Young lady up front, she'll be your champion.
Your champion junior showman, Becca Shahan. All right, now we're going to be showing for the master showmanship. Champion Master Showman will receive a banner, and they will also be receiving a silk buckle from Robbins Land and Cattle. We'd also like to thank Addison Gannon for all of her help today and congratulate her for being Fair Queen. All right, in this class we have Elise Badger, Emmeline Wright, Brianna Pope, Taylor McDowell, Avril Shahan, and Becca Shahan.
Man, these girls are amazing. They definitely have made my job harder, and I kept working at them and throwing the tricks at them, and I typically don't have to, but I feel like to sort these girls I needed to do some things I don't typically do, and I think they all show so differently and handle things differently, and I think there's things to appreciate about each and every one of them, and ultimately it just comes down to my preference today and on a different day. Sometimes it's just luck. I know I showed in so many showmanships. It's something that I truly became so passionate about because it was what felt the most rewarding to me. All the hard work that I showed my animal at home and all the time that it took, I'd get out in showmanship and it felt like it was rewarded because my sheep would cooperate with me, or it would be able to do whatever I needed it to do. It needed to do its job. We could do our job together, and I think that's what's important about showmanship, and it showcases all of your guys' hard work, because I know it's not easy to get here, and all of you throughout the day have done a flawless job. So my hat's off to you. There is one that I think just for a few things for me stayed consistent. Maybe they didn't do everything perfect every time, but they were consistent. They kept up with it. They were efficient. When I pulled over here, they got set up quick. They got them stuck. They got it closest to perfect that they could. When I moved around them, they moved around their sheep flawlessly. You could really tell that there was teamwork between the two of them. So I'll set the microphone down and pick you my champion and reserve. Go ahead and give all these girls a big round of applause.
Your master showman is Brianna Pope, and your reserve is Emmeline Wright. I think that concludes our sheep show for today. We'd like to thank Hadley for our judge. So yeah, if you haven't got anything to eat, stop out and get a lamb burger or a brat burger. And the goat show will be starting this afternoon.